What's up, people? Sorry about the delay there. Give me a minute. Okay. How's everyone doing? We're live, I'm assuming? Okay, we are live. Let me turn this down. All right. Just got to the streaming area. I just got back from the festivities down there. Busy day. We are going to turn on live coverage of this event and stream it, and we'll talk about this. I made it. Fucking hungry too. I'm going to jack it off too, I think. Jack it off. All right. Hold on. Cramp quarters in here. So who do we got? Is that the jury? Oh, I thought that was the jury. Oh, wait, they talking?
Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you'll hear about during the course of the trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation, so it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of
I
proof
spoke
is on the
with Karen's
prosecutor.
family before this.
If you
They're
evaluate
doing
all the
that.
evidence and you
And
still have a
they're very
reasonable
confident.
doubt
I feel bad
remaining,
for them, too.
the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the
You guys
time
don't
you
mind if I
need
talk to her this
to
bullshit,
make a
right?
careful decision.
Like
So
it
there
is.
truly is no need to start making up your mind
Outside
before
of the
then.
courthouse today was wild.
Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Ďianetti can choose to make an opening statement or not.
Can you hear me now?
Because the defendant has no
Can
burden
you
of
hear me
proof
now?
and
If I
doesn't have
go
to
like
prove
that?
anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an
Oh, and
opening
by the way,
statement.
anybody wants to.
An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case.
Proceedings.
Next, the
by the way,
prosecution will
like, new
introduce
rule.
evidence in support of
If
the
you're one of these
charges
people
and the
that sends like a
indictments.
$2,
After that,
like a
the
$2
defendant may
chat,
present evidence on
like
her
I'm not
behalf
reading your shit for two.
if
Like,
she
again,
wishes
this
to
is
do
getting-
so, but again, she is
people are
not
just like want to be
obligated
heard.
to
Like
do so.
I don't want to say like a
The
minimum.
burden of proof
If you're one of
is
these people
always on
sending
the
a
Commonwealth to
$2
prove that
fucking
the
turtle chat
defendant
or
is
something like
guilty.
that, I ain't
The
reading
law
your
does
shit.
not require
reading
any
your shit.
defendant to
Ain't
prove
reading your
her
shit.
innocence or to
I don't have
produce
them,
any
but
evidence
people are
at
starting
all.
to do that now. Like, oh, I send $2.
After all
I'll
the
just do
evidence,
whatever I
each
want
side will have an
because
opportunity
it
to
interrupts
offer
the
you
show.
closing arguments
Interrupts
about
the show.
what
Turtle chat. So,
conclusions
like,
you might draw
if you
from
send
the
a $2
evidence.
chat, you're a fucking
Like the
douchebag.
opening
I want to
statements,
send
the
the money
closing
back to you.
arguments
Do that.
are not
That's what I wanna do.
evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will
Yeah,
instruct
I
you
never
in
thought to
detail
like set a
on the
minimum because I didn't
principles of
think people
law
would
which
try
you're to
sending
apply in your
$2. Like I don't want your $2.
deliberations when you retire
Because
to
again, it's not
consider your verdict.
me like being like,
Your
oh yeah,
verdict
you have to
must
have
be
whatever.
unanimous.
It's
You
the
see
fact that
that
it
we have
interrupts
many
the
of
show.
you. We have
And, like,
17 of you.
you don't
and
get
only
to interrupt the
12
show
will
for
ultimately
$2.
decide this
I'm fucking
case.
sorry, you're done.
And that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many
Shut up,
jurors in a case
Kelly.
that's going to take a long time in case something
Bro, we
comes
can't
up
hear.
and the
They're
juror
not
can't
fucking
complete
saying.
his or her service.
Yeah, I know you can't hear.
Let me talk
dipshit.
briefly about our respective roles.
I'm
in
doing
this
that
case.
because nothing
As
she's
the
saying
judge,
is
my
remotely fucking
responsibility is to
interesting.
see to it
Oh,
that
you
this case
can't
is tried
you
in an
can't be
orderly,
biased based
fair,
on
and
sexual
efficient
orientation.
manner.
Yeah, no fucking
It's
shit.
also my
Okay.
function to
Like, if
decide
you
any
want to listen to
questions of
fucking
law
Auntie
that come
Bev,
up during the
go
trial
listen to an
and to
actual law and
instruct you
crime
about the
stream.
law that
Nothing
applies
she's
to
saying
this
is fucking
case.
important right now.
It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not.
It's your duty to accept the law.
The
Didn't know
jury's
that.
function.
Oh.
You folks are the most important people in this courtroom.
Oh, didn't know
You
that.
determine the facts of this case.
Okay. New rule.
You are the sole and
New rule.
exclusive judges of the
Anyone
facts.
for the mods
You
like that,
alone
like
determine
Dan,
what evidence
anyone
to
who says,
believe,
let's watch the trial.
how
please.
important any
Ban.
evidence is
Insta
that you
ban.
do believe,
Insta ban.
and what
Done. We're done with
conclusions
this
all
shit.
the believable
Done.
evidence
We can
leads
hear-
you to. You
Nothing
will have to
Auntie Bev is
consider
saying right
and
now is
weigh
fucking important.
the
If you want
testimony
to
of
listen to
all the
Auntie Bev
witnesses who will
and her
appear before
bullshit
you,
talking
and
about
you alone
you
will
have to be fair
determine
and
whether to
unbiased. Yeah,
believe
no
any
fucking
witness
shit. If you
and
need
the
to her,
extent to which
you
you
to hear
believe
her
any
say that,
witness.
go listen to
You
Law
can
and
believe
Crime.
all of what a
Okay?
witness says, some of
Shut
it,
the fuck
or none
up.
of it.
Anybody who says
It's
anything like,
entirely
let's
up
watch
to
the
you.
trial, please.
It is
When David
part of your
Yannetti starts
responsibility
talking,
to resolve
and
any
Molly starts
conflicts
talking,
in the
I'm going to play
testimony
it
that may
uninterrupted.
arise during the course
You don't
of the
need to listen
trial
to Auntie Bev
and to
babble
determine
on about
where the
bullshit.
truth
So this whole
lies.
let's watch the trial, please. Yeah, let's
Ultimately,
watch it
you must
somewhere
determine
else.
whether or
Get
not
the
the
fuck
Commonwealth
out
has
of here.
proved
I
the
don't want
charges
you here.
beyond a
I'm fucking
reasonable
sick
doubt.
of these people telling me
The
how
lawyers
to
have
run
their own
my show.
important
I
role
will
in
run
this
my show
trial.
as I see fit.
They
You
are, of
shut
course,
the fuck up and
advocates. Their
accept
job
it.
is to
End of
bring to
story.
your
That's our
attention the
relationship.
evidence and arguments that best support their position.
Oh, we need to
They
hear
may
this.
also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of
I didn't know
evidence.
that.
Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule
I have to
on
commence.
what
No,
you may
motherfucker. I'm
consider
like this
as evidence.
every day. Are you
If I
new
agree with
here,
an
Peggy?
objection to a
Are you
question
new
during
here?
trial, I
This
will
is how I
use the
am.
term
Welcome to
sustained.
𝗃𝗏boy. I've been like this for 10
You are
years.
then to
I
disregard
love when
that
people say that.
question
Are you off your
and you're
meds?
not
No,
to
motherfucker.
speculate as to
Watch
what
my
the
old
answer might
episodes.
have been.
This is my
In the
personality.
same way you were to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record.
Oh, they're
If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer.
You know that's our trial.
But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made.
I got a cash app
Please
here.
do not hold it against the lawyers
Michael
if they make an
Kearney
objection.
sends $10
That's part
and
of the
says,
lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our
"There's
laws.
corruption." Thank
You must decide
$10.
this case solely in
Okay.
the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses
Okay.
and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts
What
which
else we
I
got here?
indicate to you that you may take as a
turtle
matter
chats?
of common knowledge.
No turtle
Question
chats
to
again.
witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence.
Anybody wants
Only
some
the
messages read?
answers that you
I can read
receive
them
from the
during breaks
witnesses
and
who are
stuff like that,
testifying
and I
under
try not
oath
to interrupt
are evidence.
the defense
If
when
one
negotiate.
of the
Now would be a
lawyers
good
or I
time. Do you want to have
refer
your
to
turtle
some
chat
part of
read
the
now?
evidence that does
Now would be
not
the good time.
coincide
Click at the link at
with
the
your
top.
own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any
Yeah.
jurors
I'm
who
just
wish to
turning
take
down Auntie
notes
Bev,
during the
period.
course of the
So,
trial,
yeah,
except
this
during
isn't
opening
denim. I met
statements
Vinny
and closing
Politan
arguments,
today.
because
Like
again,
I said, I
those
got
aren't
some really good
evidence.
footage
We'll hand out
outside the
notebooks
court.
after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with the transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all.
Oh,
The
fuck
law
off.
works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors, nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must
Real
not
quick, we got a
conduct
turtle
any
chat here.
independent research about this case, the matters
this
in this
from?
case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media,
You must not
and do
consult the
anything else
internet.
to find
Come on.
out any
These
information
people
from
aren't
any
going to stand
source
up social media.
outside
Stop
the
it.
confines
I
of
just
this
got a
courtroom.
turtle chat here. I'm trying to read it.
As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news
This is
media
from
or
Leah.
from any other source.
Sends
It is
$50.
critical that you follow that instruction, as
What is her
hard as it's
message?
going to
She
be.
says, thank you
Finally,
for reporting the
please
truth.
continue to keep an open mouth.
Silence is complicity.
Now, I know that you
Thanks
will
for
try this case
talking
according
over
to
Bev
the
and
oath
her
that you have
bullshit.
taken as
He is
jurors.
unfit and
When
needs
you
to be
took that
removed
oath, you
as
promised
soon
that you
as
would
Karen is
well
freed. Yeah,
and
you think
truly
so.
try the
She's
issues
fucking
between the
horrible.
Commonwealth and the defendant
Absolutely horrendous. I
according to
agree
the
with you
evidence and the
1000%.
law. If you follow that oath,
1000%.
approach this
Karen
case with
doesn't
an
look
open
nervous.
mind
I know it's
and
just
make your
a case, but
decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for
she has to be a
anyone,
little nervous, right?
then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Owner.
Here we go. Fucking time.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Do my best. Good morning. So as Her Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address you. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you've heard over the course of the impoundment process, a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen 𝗵𝗱. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen 𝗵𝗱, and they had 2 children who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen 𝗵𝗱 and the kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Kearney where the 𝗵𝗱s lived and where John moved into the home with the 2 children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they include Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with the children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as conditioning him to more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the 2, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022. It was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and 𝗵𝗱 family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant one. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going to high school in the fall of 2022. They both applied to a private school called Michigan, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see surveillance video and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Camden Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown.
Down a little bit.
They had started dating around that time.
Is there a single person out there
Reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several
apparently
times
this
a
is
week.
going to
She
be
had
their
helped
plan,
out,
is to just
children.
talk about the
In
waterfall
the
bar.
months or so leading up
I mean,
to
these boring meetings,
death,
these jurors have heard they can't speak now for 3 minutes, and they're
the
just
relationship
oh,
soured.
how
You
am I
will
going to
see
stay
text
awake for the next
messages,
8 weeks?
between
Listening
Mr.
to this
O'Keefe and Ms. Reed
Donnie
to that
motherfucker.
effect.
Like, what am I?
You will
How?
hear
Like,
testimony
seriously.
from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as
How do
their
you become a lawyer
things
and you
they
can't speak?
heard.
Like, especially a prosecutor. and
Turning
you
to
can't
January
speak.
29th, 2022.
I don't get it. Isn't that like a talent?
Canton Police
Can
Department.
you go into a different kind of law, like realty, or I don't know, there's a million kind of laws besides criminal trial laws.
Outside of
You can do a lot
residence.
of there- you can be an untalented lawyer and just write good drafts,
At the time,
whatever,
as I mentioned,
and do
blizzards
whatever, make a
that
fine
had been
living for
predicted was
yourself.
occurring,
How the
heavy
I
snow,
thought ADAs are
temperatures in the
supposed to be a little
teens,
spicy,
wind,
something.
bustling around.
Again,
Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mulaney of the Camden Police were dispatched along with Camden Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response to what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, he'll have as an exhibit, I anticipate, a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from
not even the
police station
insurance
where he was
agent.
located.
Like, I wouldn't buy
Received a
insurance
call
of him.
to
Hey, I'm
34
pissed.
Fairview Road.
I'd rather burn.
When they arrive there, they observe three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. And when I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street
Oh,
facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant,
oh,
there's some
that was
bushes.
left. Thank
That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. To the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial.
Yeah.
The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as
Which is
Mrs.
better.
Terry Roberts,
Which
who
has
had also
music.
received a phone
It
call
sucks.
early that morning from the defendant.
it sucks.
The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time.
Did you just say that?
You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall and you'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries.
Yeah, we know.
Defendant stated lacerations to the right
Whoa, whoa,
arm.
whoa. Listen to this.
Several firefighters from the Kearney Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observation. Aaron Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who
Yeah,
received
he
a
said
phone call
lacerations
earlier in the
on.
morning from the defendant,
Hold on.
as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who would also receive a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Kearney Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. The phone was located underneath his
Lacerations?
body. As his
You
right
guys
arm
heard
has
that.
gone. He was then transported
Lacerations
by
arm of Mr.
firefighters Kelly, 𝗺𝗏𝗃, and Metal,
Lacerations to the arm.
as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter 𝗵𝗂𝗡 to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there were some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well, to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing. Certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Kearney Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Kearney Police were unaware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camarano had come over to the resident on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house, as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video of, and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Camaranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. So. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from another number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Trayers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening.
Oh my fucking
You'll hear
God.
from a couple named Nicholas and Karina 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃.
You know who he's not
Who are
naming, who
friends
you're
of
going to hear
friends,
from?
who
Oh,
I
you're going to hear
know,
from this person at the
Mr.
bar,
O'Keefe,
and this person here.
their daughter around the
No,
same
you're not
age
going to hear from
as
anyone inside
Mr.
34
O'Keefe.
Kearney Road, because none of them saw fucking shit.
Mrs. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 had
This is
some
a joke.
conversation.
You've been hearing
with
for
the
so
defendant
long.
that evening,
Wait till the
both
trial.
herself and
The
Mrs.
bombshells are
McCabe
coming
at
to
the
trial.
Waterfall.
It sounds like
She
the
left
same
around the
fucking
same time
bullshit I've
as
been
they
hearing
did.
for the last
Parked on
year or whatever
Washington
we've been doing
Street
this.
around
Nothing. A
the same
whole lot of
area.
fucking.
Mr.
We have
O'Keefe
McCarthy's.
and
And here's
specifically
who was
in
drunk and
Mrs.
shit.
car.
He drinks.
And she observed
this,
Mr.
go on.
O'Keefe and
Nothing.
the
Karen
defendant
Roberts has
walking
something to
toward
say.
the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe.
What do we need to hear from them?
Well, from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗺𝗺's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the waterfall and went home. He lives sort of walking distance away from it. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the waterfall that night.
Who the fuck
Julie
gives a fuck
Albert
if a band is
started to get a
playing?
migraine and she
Oh,
left
who cares?
before
Who cares what Chris Albert? Chris Albert wasn't in the fucking
included
house.
within
Who
that
gives a
group,
shit?
and sort of how they came to the waterfall, the Albert family in particular. Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Tristan Morris, and they had had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert and brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow was starting to stick to some degree to roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around the town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there, Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier, there are two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction, the pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction.
Yeah, let's hear about this.
The pickup truck that the Nagel brothers riding in flashes its light, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first, they follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house.
Okay, what do you say?
They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up.
Okay.
Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning.
Did he see John O'Keefe?
Now, from their position, I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights that the vehicle is facing each other.
Okay, at the time, yeah, but what about when it's parked?
What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time.
There's no
Again,
damage.
it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people
She alone?
within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming.
Was there a body outside the car? Was he inside the car? He left that fucking
We
part
hear
out.
testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops, but she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a bunch of number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Kerry Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as well, sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe to see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different phones throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has a cracked tailgate. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there's one person. So they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. 𝗿𝗿𝗂𝗄, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called 𝗬𝗏. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for 𝗬𝗏. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone
What Google search?
was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24.
Yeah, the defense agrees with that, by the way. They agree. That happened at 6:24.
We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Canton police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. 𝗿𝗂𝗃, is he dead? Is he dead? You'll also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony of Ms. 𝗕𝗹𝗂𝗃, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and the Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hamp, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. 𝗿𝗃, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. 𝗿𝗃's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗂𝗃, as well as you'll hear testimony from the 2 children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗂𝗃, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. 𝗿𝗃. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John 𝗿𝗃 is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and is sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. 𝗿𝗃 throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. 𝗿𝗃 and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with his homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. 𝗿𝗃 and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. 𝗿𝗃 cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗂𝗃 in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotta, who has a supervisory role with the Canton Department of Public Works.
Oh, I talked to
You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. 𝗿𝗃's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5 because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, would testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's house. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Culley, of the state police from these faulty records and RTT accounts. That the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts.
They are gonna bore the fuck out of this jury. Like,
Now,
they're
again,
not even trying to win.
You'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the
I was a high school
investigation.
teacher. If I talked
With regard to this case, you'll hear
all
from
be a
Michael
fucking
Proctor and
mistake, I would
Sergeant
be
Jerry
fired.
Mechanic of the state police.
Listen, he can't even look at them. He's not even making eye contact.
You'll
Look
hear
at
some
him.
testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall.
Oh my
a
God.
specialized unit within the state police called 𝗺s for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction.
Where's the
section,
passion?
Within
Where's
the
the,
Massachusetts
we are
State
going to
Police.
prove that
His
this
examination
defendant
of the
right here,
vehicle, his
Karen
examination of
Reed,
the scene,
drunken,
his examination of
slag.
specifically
Look
some
at her.
Toyota Texas.
we are going to
Lexus
prove
is,
that she was
essentially
angry.
owned by Toyota or
And that
vice
she was
versa.
sick.
So there is some data that he's
She
able to recover from
wanted
that and back the vehicle up
revenge
based on its
for
known
what he did in
locations and
Aruba.
travel. He cycles essentially
And
opines.
She broke that
fatal
taillight and it
opine
was
that,
everywhere.
around
35
12:45
pieces.
in
Can
the
you
morning,
imagine
the
the
vehicle
rage?
was in front
Can
of the
you
residence
imagine
on
it?
Fairview. That for
I can
some
do the straight
perceptible
job better
period
than
of
him.
time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
Thank you.
Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn of the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene at 34th Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify, with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab. And samples that were, DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, the taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. Lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. 𝗵𝗵𝗧𝗂𝗍𝗶 and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. 𝗵𝗵𝗧𝗂𝗍𝗶 is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from him. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regards to lacerations to the right back of his head. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to a subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called echymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, as was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for your participation and your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, swirling around, snow piling up on his body.
Wait till you see what we got at trial.
Mrs. McCabe.
Sounds like the same shit I've been hearing for the last year. And like I said,
and that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter,
like talking
operating
all
under
this
the
shit.
influence of liquor, and that
Wait
she is
till
also
next
guilty
year.
of leaving the scene.
This is the year, and then the fucking year starts.
Thank you very much.
The fucking Jets, the same Jets.
All right,
were the
thank you, Mr. Lally.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Ron. May it
Unbelievable.
please the court.
I feel a lot better. Before, that's it. That's all they got, man. Game over. Karen Reed's free. Good guys are gonna win. It's done. I'm calling it right now. The trial's fucking over. Not guilty. Here we go. Fucking time. Right now.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Kent on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Kent, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
So much for not saying third-party culprits.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, and an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house.
For shame.
Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation, because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on.
Didn't know that.
Second,
That's new.
and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family.
First reported on Turtle Boy Daily.
His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family.
First reported by Turtle Boy News.
That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Kearney. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation,
He called her a
using
cunt.
his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies.
He called her a cunt. That's what that guy.
He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That
What the fuck
was
out?
the professional and unbiased investigator
Oh
who
my
was chosen
God.
to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too.
Oh my
End
God.
quote.
This.
That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important. very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn.
Brother, I'm told
It
Paul
was
O'Keefe
light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter.
is going to testify.
And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of tail light that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Cameron Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. And she backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not.
Ooh, yeah. Lally,
John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John at night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn.
True.
Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search.
Oh, you get to mention it.
How long to die in the cold?
Ooh.
Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, When was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground.
I
He
don't.
was supposedly sprawled on that lawn,
I-
just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Kearney. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆 talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆 found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran.
He didn't tell me that.
So Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆 tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆 that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul 𝗿𝗂𝗆 that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Loughran saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google, how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Loughran confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Loughran confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking me to convict Karen Reed anyway.
Look at Jackie Douglas' face.
You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the tail light. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine. despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries.
Yep.
The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks, claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm.
Yeah, the mother
But
crying.
you don't have to rely
By the way.
just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore.
Nope.
You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022. And that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog. And Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was nobody there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m., but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds. And not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere.
Yeah, we got close to.
But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside
He's
is
testifying.
patently ridiculous.
He's testifying today.
You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners are Boston cop too.
Unbelievable.
So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth.
Yep.
Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did.
Yeah, give us 5 minutes.
Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
May we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
Wow. Really, really interesting stuff there, guys. I mean, how can they, is anybody, if you were at all worried about this, is anyone worried anymore after that? I don't, like, dude, they told us the whole time there would be bombshells. They told us, like, wait till trial, wait till the trial comes. Yeah, okay, I waited. Apparently their plan, the prosecution's plan is just to talk about the same bullshit they always talked about. See if McCarthy's, the 𝗺fall, like what shards of cocktail glass, like what, like that's the plan. The same shit. The defense turns out is the ones we should have been waiting for because they have some new shit that we didn't know about. Michael Proctor texting whoever and saying, we're not going to look at Brian Albert because he's a Boston cop. He said that. He fucking put that in a text message. Never mind the nude shit, which is just a whole, I don't even know how that relates to this, but it just shows what a piece of shit he is. In case anybody's doubting all of this other stuff, like that he's corrupt and all that, he's also a piece of shit. That, like, and then he said that he wishes Karen Reed would kill herself. Yeah, because then if Karen Reed killed herself, then he would never get exposed, would he? They'd never have to go to trial. And everybody would live happily ever after, right? Except for John, because those motherfuckers killed him. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe this? And meanwhile, they're just dropping bombs and haymakers left and right. I got to get in this courtroom for one day. I got to. We see Jessica Machado there. So they do have seats for them. And by the way, it's bullshit that I'm going to say it's bullshit that Peggy keeps sitting there crying. Okay. It is. I get it. Her son died, etc. Cindy Chestnut was told she couldn't cry and it was no doubt who killed Cindy Chestnut's husband. That piece of shit. And she couldn't cry. They were told you can't cry. It's going to prejudice the jury. Same judge, Kearney, isn't telling Peggy O'Keefe she can't cry. And like, why isn't she crying when she hears all this other shit? People are always saying feel bad for her, whatever. Okay, you know she's a grown woman, man. She can hear all the shit that we can all hear. Like she just heard everything, and she just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. So I'm going on Howie. I was just invited on Howie. I'll be on Howie tonight. Howie's not on. He has a fill-in. So I always say yes to Howie. So I'm going to be going on Howie at 4:35 p.m. I'm going to ask if we do a little trial still might be going on. Don't want to miss testimony. So they want me on at 4:35. I asked if we could do a little later because I don't know how long this is going to go. Who's sitting behind the O'Keefe's? Carl Dougal, Carl the Cuck, and Jackie Chinless. Hold on one sec. I'm going to mute this. So apparently the fake victim has shown up to the courtroom. That's what I was just told, which is just fucking wild if true. Just wild. I'll be right back. I got to take a leak. I'm back. So apparently, get this. This is what people are telling me now. That Paul O'Keefe arrived with the fake victim, the woman who, lied about me. They lied about everything. Lied about being pregnant. Okay, whatever. He showed up. He's testifying today, and he showed up with her. Can you believe that with her? If you have any sympathy for that piece of shit, Paul O'Keefe, I hope you lose it right now. I hope you fucking lose it. He showed up with her, bro. With her. I mean, for his brother's fucking trial, that's how unserious Paul O'Keefe is about the murder of his brother, is that he is showing up with and making it a circus, bringing 𝗕𝗏boy's ex-mistress, who is famous now for lying about being pregnant, lying about being assaulted, right? Who stalked Karen Reed and Alan Jackson at the 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗃 Hotel. Check out the call logs I posted yesterday, who, by the way, we haven't even discussed what she did on December 4th. We have her search history, by the way. Would you like to hear what she was searching for on Christmas Eve? She called Brian Tully on Christmas Eve at 11 a.m. to say that she was allegedly assaulted on me. Again, 11 a.m. That's what time she called. Okay? Here is what she did prior to that. Let me read what she did prior to that. According to her things. I wrote this down. She got DoorDash and went online shopping before calling Brian Tully. After I allegedly just assaulted her, by the way. She called, just didn't call that night, got DoorDash. She went on mass courts looking for a way to report me for finding her public court documents. She bought lingerie at 9:40 off of Victoria's Secrets before calling Brian Tully and reporting that. At noon, after reporting me to Brian Tully, she logged into a Twitter account called Aidan 𝗫𝗄𝗃. Aidan 𝗫𝗃 𝗄𝗃 after reporting me. At 1:30 p.m., she went on her Plenty of Fish account, which apparently she had the whole time. Her Plenty of Fish account. At 3 o'clock, she went on the 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗃 OnlyFans Twitter account that she made in order to make it look like I made it like her. Then she began periodically checking my account after over 20 times after a warrant was issued for my arrest to see if I had posted about it. That's who Paul O'Keefe brought with him to court today. That's what people are telling me. Fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Like, Paul O'Keefe is a piece of shit. A piece of shit. Disgusting. Well, I was fucking looking at my kids and being like, am I not gonna see you guys for the next 60 days? Because this lying whore made up a fucking lie about me. Fucking evil. Fucking evil, man. Evil. Evil. She didn't wrap. Again, wait till you see all the messages. We're going to go over it all, man. I'm going to do a whole thing on that. Yeah, how does his wife? Well, Paul fucks other women. I mean, I know that as a fact. And his wife fucks other dudes. I mean, maybe they're swingers, whatever. Nobody cares. Obviously, she's probably fucking him. I mean, who are we kidding? He shows up to court with her. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That is wild. I mean, God, thank God. No, he deserves. I hope to God he is, because there's only one way that ends, Paul. There's only one. The stats show that there's only one way that ends. Unfucking believable. Somebody said still needs confirmation. If that's true. If that's true. People are telling me they saw it. Someone inside the buffer zone saw it. We'll see. That's just what people are saying. That is what people are saying. I haven't seen a picture of it yet. Remember, she testified at my hearing the other day that Paul O'Keefe invited her to the hearing on 226. Invite that because she said in court that I was invited there by the family. And so I wrote down to Tim, ask which member. She said Paul O'Keefe. Paul O'Keefe. Yeah, I do love how the poll is still neck and neck. Fucking disgusting, man. Disgusting. Okay. Imagine they bring her in. Wow, that would be wild. Clearly, I think that's understood. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, is there any? They were meant for each other. Clearly, that basically says it all. But can we just talk about all the shit that just happened and David Yanetti's opening statements? I mean, how wild is this shit? They're taking a 15-minute recess. I got some lunch here. We got to eat. Hold on. What do we got here? Oh, excellent, man. Excellent. Got some tater tots. Hold on. I think they're swingers. I don't think it matters. I don't think they care. I mean, a lot of people, who am I to judge? You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about that. It's the fact that he's doing it. He's only interested in fucking this girl because she's my leftovers, basically, because she's the woman who lied about and put me in jail on a lie. That's the only reason he's interested in having her there. The only interest. If it's true, I'm here. I haven't seen any pictures yet. I need to see pictures. We'll see. Again, I mean, I could be invited in. If the Reed family wants to invite me in, I would gladly go. Let's put it that way. I would gladly go. Sorry, I'm trying to read. Again, I could be in the courtroom at the same time as her now. Like that. If bringing her to kick me out was the plan, I don't know. It ain't gonna work. I'd like to be there. You know, if the courtroom was bigger, I'd definitely be there. Oh, is Kevin having a hard time? Should we go to Plevin? Let's go check out Plevin. Okay. Yellow cottage fails. Okay. Open-Daver's on. Open-Daver's on with him. I gotta see this. Look at this.
Being used by the defense to create doubt, but if the jury just dismisses it, then it becomes a non-fact.
I'm only watching this for the coke.
Right. I think it's going to come down to whether they believe Jen McCabe.
Yeah.
Because when
Look at
all that noise is heard on both sides, and you know, some of the more analytical members of that jury are going to say they're going to believe, and they're going to guide the rest of the jurors to believe one thing. At the end of the day, if they believe Jen McCabe, they're not going to believe she conducted that search at 2 in the morning.
Good luck with that.
And I think it's just that they don't really, we're so hotly disputed. I mean, I think at one point, Yannetti in his theatrics was appealing to the jury to use their common sense, right? And common sense. So she Googles this, how long to die in cold, at 2:27 a.m. She never clicks on any of the search results. At the same time that she's having a conversation with her friend about basketball and contends that's what she was searching. She never calls anyone and discloses the results of this search, that she doesn't even look at. And she never goes back to 34 Fairview. So what purpose would that serve?
Right. And did she pass on the results?
She didn't talk to anybody, right? Not till Karen called. That's what I mean. Like, let alone even look at the results. So, I mean, it doesn't really I don't think it holds up under scrutiny. And that's, now the defense has locked themselves into the theory that we knew that they would. And they pushed the envelope as far as they could go. That's another problem with the opening. They weren't allowed to go third party. So not once did you hear David Yannetti say he got beat up in the house, because there's not enough evidence to support him getting beat up in the house. That's why the judge disallowed it.
But they definitely intimate that, right? Where else
Oh,
could he
shit,
be?
I was,
If nobody,
Well,
he must
this
have gone
is
in the
what
house.
Coke
So
sounds
they're
like.
leaving
Coke.
breadcrumbs, definitely. I thought they really were tiptoeing on that, Kate. They were in the gray.
oh no, they
I
were
was
great. They were
waiting for Kearney to say, whoa, whoa,
No, they
whoa.
went
And
full
it never
third party.
happened because he diverted.
This is great.
Um,
We're having a
I
tough
don't know if you
time.
guys felt
This is
that way.
Coke. This is so, I love
Yeah,
it.
but I predicted it this morning before the show. I said, this is
oh.
what they're going to do. They're not going to name a third party culprit, but they're going to do everything else to paint
Oh,
the
they're off
picture
to a bad
and lead the
start.
jury in that direction. And that's really just about as good, and then they'll maybe try to develop it a little bit more specifically during the trial, but they've already planted the seeds of doubt very effectively there.
I don't think of that. I don't.
Imagine having a child abuser on your show.
Because again, the jury is looking at the evidence, right? Opening statements are just it's a preview, it's a roadmap. I think it really is going to work against Yannetti when he's pushing out these details, like the dog bite, like the Google search, like the body under the window, even the plow driver. Knowing that the Commonwealth is calling the plow driver, and we've seen kind of a little snippet of what the plow driver side of the story is with the state police. I don't think he's going to be as helpful as some of the free Karen Reed people think that he's going to be. But he's boxed himself into these things. I don't think that he was very effective at all in that. As far as you've thrown out a lot of accusations, but now
imagine this is all you can have to support you.
Them up, right? So I think that the best that he did was when he was attacking. Like honestly, those horrible texts with Michael Proctor that were inappropriate, and I understand why there was so much emphasis on that and Michael Proctor, because that's really what they have.
Why isn't she at work?
I agree. That's what they have. And the mistake I think the prosecution made in their opening is after they laid everything out, I wanted to hear them say that. Now you're going to hear from the defense that the lead detective sent some nasty messages to a friend, that acted out, that did stuff he shouldn't do.
They're back.
We're not going to deny that, but don't focus on that.
Isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, here it goes. It's the fake victim. No, that wasn't her, was it? No, that wasn't her, was it? No, that's not her.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case of hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand. Put this one down.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name 𝗃_ K_EEFE.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
Two, yes. My sister Kristen. And, excuse me, brother John.
And what was sort of the order in age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John, did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called gliioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct, Stephen 𝗵𝗂𝗃, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
This is all they have.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen 𝗵𝗂𝗃, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
He had a
And
heart attack.
You mentioned,
was some
so
drugs
initially when
involved.
your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children. So my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now,
Who wants to tell her? Who wants to tell her?
When your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kelly and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Ask who he showed up to court with today.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
That's what people are saying up
Now-
in court. I can't confirm that, but that's what people are saying.
You mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton and moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and the kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
Okay. What does this have to
And
do with
your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging. A couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
Lindsay Higgins.
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
I know, right?
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman, Amy, that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
So clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today? Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020. 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Miss Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Can you talk about the murder at all?
And
or-
what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing, didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any,
Karen was amazing.
what, if any, occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed, so they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my 2 daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the 2 of them.
Let's hear about your fights with
And as
Aaron.
far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, you know, I guess like typical
Oh,
couples fighting. There
it was
was
typical.
alcohol had been involved.
Typical. It's a typical fight. Okay.
I
Gotcha.
recall her
Nothing unusual.
complaining that, you know, he wasn't nice to her, or, you know, something to that effect. And I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, was that one or both, or
Both.
your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now,
Relevant
if I could
because
turn your attention to
She was so mad months
New
later
Year's,
that she killed him.
and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. You recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Ms. 𝗃𝗃𝗃, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
What's the instruction she's going to give him at this point? I don't know. Like, get to the fucking point, maybe? So thus far, we've heard basically nothing. Something about Dunkin' Donuts. She bought him Dunkin' Donuts, and John didn't like that or something. Yeah, those kids loved Karen Reed. So you're going to see some shit. You're going to see a text message, by the way. I'm guessing you're going to see a text message that Kaylee sent to Karen Reed on her birthday. Man, it's going to break your heart. Let's just put it that way. In case there's any doubt that those kids didn't love Karen Reed. They love that woman, and they have poisoned those children's minds. What they've done to those kids is pure evil. Everyone on the other side of this supports child abuse. Like, so it doesn't surprise me that, like, you know, people like 𝗺ście 𝗵𝗂𝗧 and stuff like that are supporting this child abuse that they're doing to those two kids. They're child abusers. They're telling your kids that you're telling these kids that their adopted father / uncle was murdered by this woman that you got to know for 2 years and became close with is child abuse. It is. It's a lie. And allowing your children to be around Jennifer McCabe, who killed John O'Keefe, is child abuse. Let's just call it what it is. This is child abuse. There's a reason documented abusers who have lost their children to the state, like the fake victim and like 𝗺ście 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝘃, support this nonsense. Because child abuse to them, child neglect, whatever, using kids as props is standard. Is just standard. That's just what they fucking do. These are scum of the earth, child abusers. Fuck them.
Okay. So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a meet point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to a fruition?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and you know, we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th.
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I mean, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that, that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know that if you know, did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30-ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then
Kaylee got accepted.
Patrick's national math scores came back and
John wanted him to
scored
go.
extremely high.
And where does she go now?
Extremely proud of Patrick.
In high school.
That day
And
as
the
well.
Galberts have turned her into a townie.
So we had sort of sent your brother
Doing
John,
against
sort of
John's
sent that to
wishes.
the group, which
They
included
wanted her to go
yourself,
to
your mother,
school
and
with
Miss
the
Reed.
Correct.
McCabe children.
And
It's evil. It's evil.
your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
You go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what if any other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch. So she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning.
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you and your brother, was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Kerry Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
So she cared.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Oh, like she cared, showing emotion. Unlike John McCain.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
Good question.
I mean, he was
not a fiend.
pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up.
Yeah, tell us.
He had a
He had dog bites on it.
breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose.
Fucking claw.
Blood come down his mouth.
Picture the jury here. By being hit by a fucking claw.
But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that
Yeah, like
swollen.
he got beat up by Mike Tyson.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that
Normal to me.
screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Okay. Okay.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as, couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
Yeah, she bailed you out
As
of
far as
jail.
those positive feelings
You got the
that you
DUI.
had in relation to
Oh,
the
that's what
defendant
they're gonna
prior
ask
to January
Bailed you out of jail
29th,
for the DUI.
2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, you know, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
This is so helpful to Karen Reed. Like what?
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick back?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's her Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
You know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point did other
he
people
liked her.
come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about?
You're just mad Karen didn't call them.
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived.
And called back this guy.
And then a little while after that,
Said,
Patrick was dropped off
John,
from his sleepover.
You're so fucking simple that they would believe she's innocent.
And at some point you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left
She's
the
being
hospital
sarcastic.
in Brockton,
Fantastic.
what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. I said she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts and her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the front?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning as well?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Miss Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Get to the defense. This is so boring.
the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking?
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Kearney, but if any improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame.
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, yeah, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Ms. Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
Okie dokie, folks. So, lunch break here. Am I sharing the wrong screen? Nope, that's a screen of mine. Here. Okay, not muted. So, I don't know where they're going with this. I mean, I do know where they're going. Let's see who's in the, so this is, everyone is here on the Paul O'Keefe side. There's stupid 𝗵𝗂𝗧𝗂𝗏. Let's see who else we got there. Let's see who else we got here. Two women behind in the back row are Rutanos. Those are the cousins of the O'Keefes. Okay, that's Aaron O'Keefe's mother, I believe. Give me a hard time for it. I think that's it. That's all I can show.
2 o'clock.
That's all we're gonna see. Okay. All right. So, we will take a little break here. So, here's the deal. I don't know what I'm going to do. So I have to get my kids off the bus. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic the next few weeks. How I'm going to do this. I'm currently, obviously I didn't have time to drive from, let's see. I didn't have time to drive from Dedham back to Holden. So I'm in Boston right now. And that's where, because it's obviously a lot closer to Dedham. So my plan was to just go to the courthouse, hang out outside, feel the vibe a little bit, talk to some people, conduct some interviews as I did on the live stream earlier today on Facebook, and then go and stream in Boston. And but the problem with that is I got to pick my kids up from school. I got to get them off the school bus at like 3:50, around at 3:55 they get off. So that means I got to leave here by like 2:30. So if they come back at 2, and I got them a babysitter for the first time. My kids have never had a babysitter before. Lovely UMass student who is going to get my kids on the bus and every day. But I also told her, like, maybe we could do some afternoons too, maybe, and get them off the bus. But yeah, I got to get today. I'm getting them off the bus. So, I think I'll stream from like 2 to 2:30, and then I got to bounce. And then, obviously we'll watch the rest and I'll do a write-up about it. Right. I'll do a write-up about it. Yeah, I'd like to just have a whole day uninterrupted to do this, but obviously you guys can watch this all, on Law and Crime or whatever. Actually, can we go to Plevin? Can we watch Plevin? Oh, let's go to Plevin. Let's Plevin watch. Krusty Panties is talking. This is always funny.
I like that. If had there been animosity, you could see that might color their later reaction to believing that Karen was involved with this. But the fact that there was no animosity shows that they must have seen something that made them think that Karen was responsible for this. And I agree with Jen too. I mean, this is the whole narrative building and focus on the points that you want to hammer home. I don't think they're doing as good a job as they could at that, although they did a better job. One of the things I'm sure the other side is jumping on is that it almost sounded there like, and it would be very understandable, but Paul didn't seem to say whether he saw Karen's vehicle when he first got there. He just saw, he wasn't sure. It sounded like he saw mostly just John's vehicle. Did you guys notice that? Or?
Oh yeah, we noticed that.
No, I don't think that's how he answered that. I think
Oh.
that I mean, he acknowledges the
Who
vehicle
cares?
was there. It's been 2 years, and I can only imagine what that day must have been like
Yeah.
for all of them. So he just doesn't.
First of all,
remember
why
what it
don't they
was.
show all their faces right now? Why are they showing?
Yeah, I think this was, as you can see even now on the stand all this time later,
going
it's
left.
very emotional. I can only imagine that day and being the man who has been tasked with telling the children something that is going to completely devastate them. They lost their mother, they lost their father, and then they lost their new father, Uncle Johnny. So it doesn't get much worse of a day than that.
You say
I
Johnny.
can't believe. And I do find it so important, something we've all known, but that she walked up those stairs, got her belongings, at least some of them, and departed.
Oh no!
I mean, obviously she maintained a separate household.
Mhm.
Almost
To
like
me, it
was
tells me
uncomfortable.
that she knew she never planned to be back. She wasn't going to say any
They were
true thing to those
accusing
children.
her of killing.
And for me,
John's
I
mother
see
was
the
making
direct
comments.
connection with
John's mother was
a
making
consciousness
comments.
of
That's why she
guilt.
left.
I
Let's go
just
to
want
that.
out of here. I need to get my things. I'm never coming
Consciousness
back.
of guilt. What did Jennifer
Was
McCabe
the
do?
state setting up the
Deleted all her
possible
phone
claim that
calls.
that's where the ring video
does
was deleted
that?
from when she went up with her father? I think there was a computer in the room, if I remember right.
I think that's very possible because, of course, we're going to hear later about her admitting to knowing where the cameras are and talking about the equipment to a degree when she's going to kiss Brian Higgins, trying to convince
That's all
him,
they
listen,
got.
she knows how everything, where to go, where they can't be seen, and so on. So maybe that is a setup that was the time frame that could have been done in. Is that what you gleaned too, Kate?
Oh God!
Yeah, I think that
Imagine
I've
citing
heard for a
her
while
as
now
child
that that's
abuser.
sort of the prevailing theory.
Oh, prevailing.
Whether
theory.
they have more
This
than that or
expert.
not, I don't know, but that seems to be sort of the assumption that a lot of people are walking into with that that
She's
are
facing
close to the
witness
case is that
intimidation
that
charges.
15 minutes that while she was upstairs would be prime opportunity to delete that ring camera footage.
Oh yeah, so it must be.
Right.
It's-
So in other words, really using, I mean, two things, right? I'm going to get my stuff out of here. I'm
Right.
clearing her to Dodge. But secondarily to that, the reasoning. Why did she
Right.
need to go up
Yeah,
there? I
she
mean,
must have killed him.
everybody reacts different, but
You
you
must
would
have killed them.
expect this cathartic breakdown, hugging of the family,
Yeah, does anyone in
being
this
with
group have a job?
everyone, and that's not what happened.
Well, then she must have
Right.
killed him.
Yeah,
That's all they
I
have.
had the same thought too. Was the
Hold on.
because from what I understand, it was a very small bag of things, like a shopping bag. Was that pretext
Hold on.
to go upstairs
on
and
Grace
go
Curley
to
right
the
now. I
camera?
think it
That's
might be live.
possible. I think
Right
either
back.
way, yeah. I mean, and she definitely
Tune into Grace
shows that
Curley.
she doesn't have any intention of ever going back there, nor does she want to stay.
Yes.
It sounds like she was kind of peripherally around when they
Very.
unfortunately let the boy know what has happened,
Okay.
and then just doesn't want anything to do with
Yeah,
it, gets
right,
her stuff,
yeah.
leaves. That's cold too. That's pretty cold.
Is the defense going to in any way try to exploit the fact that Karen's car was there from say 5:30 to whatever, maybe 8:30?
Aidan, you've been tweeting from the Karen Reed trial. Today's really day one as far as hearing these cases. Seems like there's already been a lot of bombshells. Can you fill us in on what's going on?
Oh yeah, a lot of bombshells. So the prosecution has been, we've been told the whole time that they have some big bombshell. Wait till trial, something comes out. All they talked about, Adam Lally, in his dry, boring substitute teacher voice was the same nonsense we've been hearing about for the last year about how many, they were at the waterfall and then they were this. Nobody cares about any of that. They specifically ignore all the facts of the case. And then the defense got up there and boy, did they have some newfound news on top of, they explained to the jury everything that we've been going over, all the evidence that this is an obvious cover up. That's actually David Unetti's first words is this was a cover up. Karen Reed was framed. We were told they couldn't use the third party culprit defense in their opening, but that's all he did. And they just let it happen. It was great. We also found out that Michael Proctor, the lead detective in this case, who was close family friends with the Alberts, specifically said that he would not be investigating Brian Albert, whose front yard John O'Keefe's body was found on, because he's, quote, a Boston police officer. We also found out in text messages that he called Karen Reed the C word. He also said that he hopes that Karen Reed kills herself. The lead detective said that in a text message to a friend that the FBI uncovered in their investigation, that he hopes Karen Reed killed herself And perhaps most grossly and most astonishing, he went looking, he told his friend that he was looking for naked pictures of Karen Read on her phone, which he did not have explicit, directions from a judge to go through. They didn't even have permission to go through the phone, and he was looking for naked photographs of her.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yep.
And I have a question, Aidan. You've been talking about Paul O'Keefe, I think, right? He was the first person that was on the witness stand?
That's correct. John's brother.
Yeah, so give us a little information, because I guess he was setting the scene of Karen Read's reaction after the fact, after she allegedly, according to the prosecution, ran over John O'Keefe and killed him with her car. But what you were trying to say on social media is that it wasn't making the case that the prosecution thought it was making it. In your opinion, it actually was painting her in a good light.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that that she was in the hospital and that she was, distraught and saying, "Is he alive?" Screaming. That's how somebody who cares about somebody reacts to something like that. A human being acts like that when they find out their boyfriend is dead. Like, she's freaking out. This is new to her. Wait until you see, which I've heard, maybe I haven't seen it, the police dash cam video from the Canton Police Department, and watch how Jennifer McCabe reacts to finding John O'Keefe's body. She turns her back to John when his body is wheeled out of there. It's disgusting. She shows no emotion whatsoever, almost like she knew he was there. The only thing Jennifer McCabe is concerned with is speaking directly to the police so that she can get it in their mind that Karen Read did this. They also talked about how John said that they got in a fight because Karen bought the kids Dunkin' Donuts all the time, and John didn't want them to be spoiled. These kids loved Karen Read. Karen Read was a great influence in their lives. They talked about how John got his daughter into Bishop Thean High School, that he wanted her to go there. And he was so happy that she was going to Catholic school there. Well, what happened a year after John died? They took her out of there and they put her into Canton High School so that she could be around the McAlbert children, and that they could brainwash these kids with propaganda that Karen Read, the woman who loved them and took care of them for 2 years, was actually a murderer. How evil is that?
Yeah, Aidan, I want you, I'm speaking with 𝗫𝗏boy. He's obviously at the forefront of this Karen Read case. He was one of the first people to really dig into this, and it's now become a nationwide story, a phenomenon. People are just obsessed with Karen Read and whether or not she killed John O'Keefe. And Aidan Kearney is joining the show now to talk about it with us. Aidan, I know you've gone over this a million times with us. I've encouraged people to listen back to old podcasts to get the full story. But I would love if really quickly, could you just explain to people the connection between these three last names, Proctor, Albert, and McCabe?
Okay, so Michael,
how do they all coincide?
Michael Proctor is the lead detective in the case. He has known the Albert family and been extremely close to them for almost 2 decades now. His family, his mother refers to the Alberts as a second family. The Alberts are the people whose front lawn John's body showed up at. The McCabe's are also family members of the McAlberts through with the Alberts through marriage. Brian Albert's wife is Nicole Albert, and his sister is her sister is Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe was inside the house that night, and her family also is friends with the Proctors, because yours truly on September 25th first reported that we got a picture of Jennifer McCabe's car parked at the Proctor household. I posted that. I said, here they are. We ran the license plates. We confirmed that these cars do belong to them. They have a pre-existing relationship. Because I reported that, I was charged with a felony count of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation, because I proved that the main witness in a murder case is socializing at the house of the lead detective.
Aidan, I want to ask you, you mentioned earlier that even though we had been told, or there had been reports out that the judge had ruled there wasn't, she was going to allow a third-party culprit defense in cross-examination and things like that, but she didn't want it in the opening statement. And you said that Karen Read's lawyers did it anyway, and they don't really care. It seems like the judge allowed it. Does that give you hope that going forward, this judge is, that this might not be as stop and start as some people think it was going to be? A lot of people thought, oh, this is going to be, everything that gets brought up is going to be contested. There's going to be side panels. Based on what you've seen today, I know it's early on, but do you think this means that maybe things could actually go in Karen Reed's favor more than people thought?
That is exactly how I felt, actually. You just described it perfectly. I was a little bit worried that there would be a lot of objections. There would be a lot of sidebars, that every time they got momentum going, showing what actually happened there, that the prosecution would, use this to basically, kill their momentum, right? And silence them. But as we saw today in that amazing 45-minute monologue by David Yannetti, they have been given a lot of, kind of free reign here to share their ideas. He didn't name any specific names. He didn't say so-and-so killed this person. He just pointed out all of the other stuff. The fact that these people have known each other a long time, that he was clearly beaten inside the house. He didn't say who beat him, but that someone did. So it looks like they've kind of found a way around this ruling that you can't mention the third, and they're going to find ways around everything. If you're not familiar with the Kearney case, just watch what's going to happen in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Your jaw will drop, and you're going to end this, and you're going to say 𝗃𝗏boy was right, and he went to jail for 60 days because he reported the truth about what happened here.
𝗃𝗏boy, I have one more question, and then I'm going to let you actually take your lunch break because you're in for a long couple days here. My next question for you involves these witnesses. Do you expect, and I'm sure if I had more familiarity with how these court trials usually play out, I would know this, but do you expect that they're going to bring forward the star witnesses earlier on or later on? Are they going to try to end with them? Like, are we going to be hearing from Jennifer McCabe sooner or later?
That's a good question. I'm assuming they're going to start with character stuff first. They're going to try to bring on, Paul O'Keefe and other people like that who are just going to talk about the extent of their relationship. Probably these random people who saw them in Aruba and allegedly saw them fighting. And then I'm going to guess they're going to get, they don't want to bring Jennifer McCabe up. She's going to be bad. I'm sure they're really worried about that.
Yeah, and a last question for you, Aidan. What is the vibe outside the courthouse? I know that the Karen Reed protesters, the Free Karen Reed crowd, that they have been ordered to stay like 200 feet away. But as far as compared to last week in juror selection, set the scene for us. What's going on outside? It's
electric. It's a beautiful scene out there. I was there all morning. There are so many great people, hundreds of people, all wearing pink for Karen Reed. There is a 200-foot buffer zone, but, you can go inside the zone. You just can't, quote unquote, demonstrate, whatever that means. And we're all wearing pink, and we all know what that signifies. So we're out there, and we are, I guess you just can't say the words Free Karen Reed inside that zone, but you certainly can say it outside of it. And it's just I felt so much energy and love in Dedham this morning when I was at the courthouse.
And 𝗃𝗏boy, actually, I know I keep saying last question. This is my for real last question. I know you're live tweeting this, and that's going to be a great resource for people to keep up with what's going on. But what's your plan as far as blogging goes? Are you going to be writing this at the end of the day? Or
Yes.
Can people check it out at a certain time? How's that going to work?
Yeah, I'll be doing a daily write-up probably at the end of the day, just a recap of the day's proceedings, trial day one, whatever. And then I do my usual show every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, 𝗃𝗏boy. Whenever you want, I told them, I said, you got an open line here because we want to know what's going on in the Karen Reed case.
We can do this.
Taken over.
We can do this a couple times a
country.
week.
And if you want to follow 𝗃𝗏boy and get some of these tweets, it's at Dr. 𝗃𝗏boy. That's where he's putting up all of the latest, including these openings.
All right, cool. So there we go. Grace Curley show. You guys didn't even have to tune in. You just heard it here. I don't know. This has not been confirmed. This is just what people outside. I'm just repeating what people outside the courthouse are saying. Yeah, she definitely wasn't in the courthouse. I know that, but either way, what we're going to do now, I don't know. Do you guys think, should I end the stream and start a new one at 2 o'clock for like 30 minutes? Or why don't we just do this? Why don't I just, leave the stream going? I don't even know if I need to do shit. I'll just leave the stream up. Well, let's watch Plevin for let's make fun of Plevin for how about I need to take a break for 30 minutes around 1:30. Why don't we watch some Plevin, shall we? Because this is entertaining. Oh, are they off? Kof and Doofus is off. I wanted to make fun of them some more.
They need to go that route because they've already painted this other scenario, right? They're already saying that really this had to do with the time frame of the towing incident. That's where they're going to try to say that's when it was tampered with. So I don't think they're going to try to intimate that it's this particular time frame. I think they're going obviously with that theory from the opening, but it's clear to me they're gonna use that other time frame, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they could claim that the tampering happened in his driveway because there's ring cameras, and so they would have to either produce the video of somebody tampering or the log where
like 𝗃𝗄𝗄's actually on with these people. That's wild.
Well, there have been deletions. That's the whole
right,
issue of
but
it.
not from that time period.
I don't know what I'm not sure if we know exactly. We know that there's multiple.
No, it's between the hour. It's between when he left the house that day and 5:08 a.m. Those are deletions are in that period.
Yeah.
I mean, we only know that because we know she must have come home and there's no video of her coming home. So there could have been other deletions hypothetically. If they weren't able to track it down on the data.
I just don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to go there anyway because of all the people in and out of the house at that time that arrived and so forth. So I think that that's a moot issue, especially since they've already lined out. Listen, the tampering they're trying to say occurred during the time frame that remember they're saying he lied on the paperwork and that the car really wasn't towed to a later time, which we'll see how that really pans out. They have this, footage of the car, I guess, being pulled up. I've seen that. That has nothing to do, in my view, of when they left and when it was towed and when his marker is for it being towed. But I think that's what they're trying to say, Kevin, is that's the time frame that this tampering occurred.
Well, they may have to offer more than one time because we're going to see the dash cam video from 822 from the cruiser that pulled up behind Karen's SUV, and we're told that it has a pretty clear image that shows the damage to the taillight, but we haven't seen it ourselves. So, but if that's true, that does show it pretty damaged. Now the pressure will be on the defense to create a plausible way where it could have been tampered with before 8:22 a.m. Just bringing it up.
Well, they're not even bringing up tampering. They're claiming that it was broken after 5:08 when she backed into John's car. And the reason you could try to say somebody tampered with it between the hours of 5:30 and 8:22, whenever the car was left. But you'd have to. I mean, there's a ring camera there. So again, you would either have to say here's a video of that or here's the log of the deletion. And I know that they will show when the videos are from that are deleted. So you'll know, like, if there's a grid, it'll show you an event, but you can't get the video of that event anymore because it's been deleted. So they know exactly, maybe not when it was deleted. I'm not sure if they have that much information, but they definitely know what timestamp the video was.
Right. We hope so. There's been no mention of that yet.
No, I know so. I know so.
Yeah, she knows. Yeah, she knows.
We know they are going to focus on that taillight. And what they're trying to say, and Eddie said there, is that she cracked it at 5 o'clock pulling out of the driveway, but that it was still intact. And then somebody later on exploited that to take pieces out. So.
Yeah, and that's, it's so absurd. You can see on the backup,
so smart.
It's a tap, and the tap is so minor that the snow doesn't even fall from the back windshield anyway. And it's not even the proper part of the cars that tap each other. And there was no, and I'll say it right this time, because I did on court TV, additional damage. It was clear no damage was done there. No taillight fragments were found there. I think they're really stepping on landmines in this area too.
There were no taillight found.
There's one more thing I wanted to mention from the Yanetti's opening, but I didn't get to mention it because they went back on, and then you guys can finish up and we'll all go have lunch or something. But it seems to me the weak point of their case, the defense's case, is the DNA, and he didn't have his answer was going to be Proctor, which seems kind of absurd. I mean, Proctor didn't find that hair. Proctor didn't find that DNA. That hair was sent to an independent lab agreed to by both sides. But they had the same problem in the OJ case. You had to get rid of the DNA. You had to make the DNA dismiss that evidence. So I don't know if I respond to that.
No, I agree with you. Everything in this case, they're going to say is Proctor. They're going to say somehow he embedded microscopic pieces of plastic. They're going to say that everybody's in on this in one way or the other, but at the crux is Proctor. Yes. And Proctor has going to have his hands full on that stand, defending his actions, defending the text messages. And he's just going to, in a way, going to have to fall on the sword for some of the bad personal decisions he made on his personal cell phone, which, by the way, I am shocked that was even allowed. I really am.
Why?
And we know where that came from, which was a federal investigation. But I'm absolutely shocked that was allowed, because to me, I guess it does. It shows. He said that it shows how unprofessional he was in this investigation. Yeah. But it has nothing to do with the evidence.
Right. He wanted Kara Reed to kill herself.
That's a lot to surmount, I think. I mean, that's the thing. I don't think this case comes down to one smoking gun. I feel like leading up to trial, there was this expectation on both sides of the issue. There was going to be that one smoking gun that comes down and sort of like elucidates it. But I don't think that's the case here. I really think it is just like stacking up the totality of the evidence on each side. And I think, from all that we know now and what they presented at opening anyway, there's a lot more evidence on the prosecution side right now than they have for the defense.
Well, I would argue there's no evidence for the defense except for complete unprofessionalism, which is the difference between unprofessionalism and corruption. That's not even a gray line.
Oh, yeah.
There's just such a big difference. And I would argue I haven't seen any evidence.
And that's exactly right. This requires, for Karen to be innocent here, you actually require planting of evidence, quite a bit of it, in various different types of ways. You require corruption. This is more than just a situation of tunnel vision or a shoddy investigation. Somebody had to plant those taillight pieces. Somebody had to plant microscopic pieces of taillight on John's clothes. Somebody had to plant the hair, DNA on it. So there's an awful lot of planting that has to go on for this investigation for Karen to be innocent.
It's not that
right. You have to have a corrupt lab, a corrupt state police department, a corrupt ME, a corrupt fire department. You have to have corrupt EMTs. You have to have corrupt doctors. Everyone has to be corrupt, and everybody in that house has to be a liar for this all to work.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, you guys want to break for lunch? You're welcome to come back all day, whenever you want. I'm gonna leave the stream going.
All right. All right. Take care, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So that was painful. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna take a little break. Should I like play something while I'm gone? What video can I play while I'm? Should I just play Framed? Why don't I just play Framed when I'm gone? How about that? I'm just gonna play Framed while I take a little break. That's actually perfect. Where'd Framed go? Videos. Actually, why don't I do the 50? Where'd it go? How long is this one? We'll do this one.
And just how ridiculous this attempting lynching of an innocent woman is.
Hold on. Playback speed. I don't know.
I thought it would be helpful to put together that Karen Read is guilty. If you're unfamiliar with the Karen Read case, I recommend you watch our feature video, Framed, Commonwealth versus Karen Read. This will give you a full and comprehensive background to this ongoing story. The link can be found in the description below.
So number 50, Michael Proctor interviewed Jen and Matt McCabe and Brian and Nicole Albert together. This image right here was taken at 9 a.m. on the day John O'Keefe was done. 3 hours earlier, his body was found on that lawn. And that's Jen McCabe's car in the driveway. And there's not much snow there. Well, 2.5 hours later at 11:30, Michael Proctor interviewed Jen and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert, but he didn't interview them here. Why wouldn't he interview them here? Because there was just a murder there. And they all know that, so they can't be in there. So they need to get out of there. So he gives them time. What are they doing in there? They're getting their story straight. Of course they are. And then they're going across town, and they're going to have an interview over there, the friends and family meeting. Michael Proctor doesn't record anything, and just he knows them all. Has been friends with all of them, and I'm sure it was pretty informal. Second thing, that there was no interviews conducted by Michael Proctor at on video or at a police station. Not one. Not Karen Read, not Jen McCabe, not Brian Albert. All of these reports with interviews, not a single one of them is recorded. So everything you're reading about what witnesses said is the testimony of Michael Proctor, who we know is a liar and an unethical, corrupt cop. So you can't trust anything that he says. Remember the 3-point turn. How do we know Karen Read did a 3-point turn? She denies it. Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe deny it. Well, because Michael Proctor said that she said it. That's literally all it is. So there's that. Number 48, no one besides Karen Read was ever considered or treated as a suspect, despite the fact that she has no criminal record, no history of violence, and is a well-respected member of the community. Those things matter during murder investigations. Your criminal background matters. And she was the only one who was ever considered it, despite the condition of his body, despite a serious lack of evidence, despite no taillights being found at the scene, nothing. She was the only one who was ever treated as a suspect in this. They picked their target early on and they worked backwards from there. 47. The Commonwealth story is that a vehicle going 5 miles an hour in reverse killed a 6'2", 217-pound man, causing multiple skull fractures and lacerations to his arm, despite the fact that he landed on grass and snow. 46. There was never an accident reconstruction report that ever took place. Every time somebody dies in an automobile accident, the police do a accident reconstruction report. Nothing like that has ever happened in this case, ever. And you just have to ignore that in order to believe that Karen Read did this. And you have to think that's normal. Because, of course, if you did an accident reconstruction, you would notice how absurd it is to believe that she killed him going however many miles an hour in reverse, and that she assumed that he was dead and felt comfortable just abandoning him there. 45. John O'Keefe's body had to have been struck with enough force to have flown 12 feet in the air because he landed 12 feet from the curb. Number 44. You have to ignore the fact that the Commonwealth has not even attempted to come up with the theory for how John O'Keefe died. Like, that's a big one. They never attempted to explain how he died or how he got lacerations on his arm. Every murder case has a theory. The prosecution has no theory. Listen to this.
The damages to the right rear corner panel of the defendant's vehicle. Embedded within the bumper to that vehicle is pieces of cocktails. The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video, external surveillance video from the waterfall establishment that he left just prior to going to 34 Fairview, with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car.
This is the first I've heard of the Commonwealth's new position after, 15, 16 months, that somehow John O'Keefe was stabbed or cut up with a broken cocktail glass, which would produce these injuries. That makes absolutely no sense. It just doesn't pass the sniff test. These are not from a cocktail glass. Who did that to him? Is there a new theory that Karen Reed got out of the car, broke a cocktail glass, then wielded an edge of that cocktail glass and cut up John's arm? Then John stood there while she jumps in the car, slams it in reverse, then hits him with the car.
Yeah,
with her tail light in the
know.
back of the head.
It's like, is that what happened? I don't know, because they haven't said a theory yet. They haven't explained it yet. They're just like, well, look at him. He's dead, and she did that. So just ignore all this logic and thought, and just ignore it. Okay, number 43, you have to ignore the fact that no one interviewed the man who plowed 34 Fairview road that night to see if the body was lying in the snow. You have to ignore that because a plow came through there multiple times during that night. They were never interviewed because they would have seen a body lying there. They would have at least been asked, did you see a body, sir? But they didn't. And of course, they haven't even pursued this. You have to ignore that the Commonwealth is withholding several pieces of evidence, including DNA from John's body that exculpates Karen Reed, which they have been ordered by the court several times to give to the defense. Number 41, if Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe, you have to ignore the fact that she knew that the angry voicemail she left him, in which she said, I hate you, John, that would be used against her as evidence. You just have to ignore that. That they want us to believe that this woman killed him and is like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make myself look more guilty by leaving an angry voicemail. No, you know what a killer does? They leave like a message that's like, I love you so much, John. I would never do anything bad to you. Yeah. Number 40, you have to ignore the fact that every single person that claims that she said that, I hit him, is related to the McCabe's or the Alberts, and that includes the Canton Fire Department employee. 39, to ignore that no one saw or heard a man being hit with such tremendous force that it knocked him to the ground, nor did anyone hear him calling for help. House full of people, not a single person heard that thud, boom, of a man being hit with such force or the screeching of a tire, of him screaming out in agony. Ryan Nagel was right there. Number 38, you have to ignore that John O'Keefe's body had no bruising, no cuts, no broken bones on his abdomen, legs, midsection, or left arm, despite the fact that his midsection, his hips, his stomach, that area of his body, his thighs, that would have been the part hit by Karen Reed's bumper if he was standing up. But instead, he's unscathed there. The only damages to this man's body are the skull fractures to his head, the eyes popping out, the laceration in the back of his head, and the 7 or 8 parallel cuts on his arm. 37, you have to ignore that Jen McCabe claims to have not seen a 217-pound body laying in plain view, illuminated by snow and obstructed by nothing at 6:03 a.m. while riding in the front seat of a car, specifically looking for a body. We went and we recreated the scene. That's what they would have seen, except it would have been more illuminated with the 1 or 2 inches of snow. You have to ignore number 36, that Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Colin Albert, whoever drove Colin Albert home, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert Jr., and whoever else was inside 34 Fairview Road and left that night somehow did not see John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn, despite less than 2 inches of snow falling. Oh, but it's a conspiracy, Turtle Boy. Surely, if one of them saw the body, someone's going to say something. Well, maybe the body wasn't there yet. Yeah, you're onto something. You're so close. You have to ignore that a pool owned by Tim Albert at the home where all the Alberts gather was filled in for no apparent reason 1 week after the Alberts were named in court for the first time as potential suspects by Karen Reed's defense attorneys. Number 34, you have to ignore that Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m., despite telling police that she believed John O'Keefe had gone home with Karen Reed and had never been inside there. You know what the prosecution has said? Is that, oh, well, she was on another browser for Ozone Basketball. Well, guess what else I found out today about that? As an emailer points out, have you actually checked out the Ozone Basketball website? And the answer is no, I have not. I've never checked out the Ozone Basketball website. And they go on to say that the Ozone website does not have scores or schedules on the site. And I went and verified that. They don't. Additionally, Ozone Basketball does not have winter AAU. Therefore, there would be no score to check for Jen McCabe about her kids. Number 33, you have to Google that Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold again at 6:24 with the exact same spelling mistake, HOS, at 6 that she did at 2:27, the exact same one. And that she also Googled it at 6:23 spelled differently, wasn't happy with the way that came up, and so Googled it the wrong way, a different way. You have to believe that that's normal. Number 32, you have to ignore that Jen McCabe deleted all of her calls, texts, and Google searches before and after finding John O'Keefe's body. That's nothing else. She called people all day. She didn't delete any of those, just the ones right before and after finding the body. She also deleted a screenshot of Brian Albert's phone number and a Google search for how long to digest food, which could be used by a pathologist to determine time of death. You just have to ignore it all. Number 31, you have to ignore that Jen McCabe called John O'Keefe 6 times in a panic between 12:40 and 12:50 a.m., despite having no reason to believe that anything bad had happened to him, and despite claiming that she saw Karen Reed drive away at 12:45. So wouldn't she have assumed that he just went home? Isn't that what she told the police? So why is she calling him like he's missing already at between 12:40 and 12:50? Next, you have to ignore that the Commonwealth claims that Jen McCabe never Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m., but then filed a motion to cancel an evidentiary hearing where Adam Lally could have cross-examined forensic expert Richard Green, who claimed that she made and then deleted that search, as well as the other incriminating calls and text messages. You just have to ignore that. I mean, that's wild. The Commonwealth is stating, no, those Google searches that your expert pointed out, those aren't real. And instead of proving it by cross-examining him, we're just going to cancel the hearing altogether. 29, you have to ignore that Trooper Nicholas Guarino's extraction report intentionally left out all of Jen McCabe's incriminating Google searches that directly inculpates her. You just have to ignore that. That the information that they gave the defense was missing all of this shit. And you have to think that's normal. Okay. You have to ignore that the Commonwealth's only explanation for her 227 Google search was that it never happened because she was on Ozone Basketball checking scores, which we now know couldn't happen because they don't have scores on there. Number 27, you have to ignore that Colin Albert called Tom Beatty's daughter, Erin, at 12:33 a.m. to ask for a ride home. You just have to ignore that right around the time when his phone stops moving, boom, calls Erin Beatty. And you have to think that's normal. Number 26, that Jen McCabe called Tom Beatty 3 times between 5:30 a.m. and 6 a.m., despite having no reason to call him, since Beatty was not at 34 Fairview Road and would have no idea about John O'Keefe's whereabouts. You have to ignore the only evidence tying Karen Reed to the crime scene are pieces of taillight found by the search team 12 hours after discovering O'Keefe's body. But then you have to ignore that there is Ring camera footage showing her.
So she's pulling out in the black SUV, and that's the victim's SUV parked. And the defense says that she makes contact, hits the victim's SUV right there, damaging that back right passenger side taillight. And they also claim you can see, the victim's SUV move, indicating that there was a collision. And then as she pulls away, they say that you can tell.
No, part of her taillight's missing. There it is. There's a bulb missing there. So pretend like you didn't see that video. I didn't see nothing there. Just ignore it, because that's what Adam Lally's doing, just ignoring that. Number 24, you have to ignore that the Canton police reported finding no taillight evidence at the scene of the crime at 6 a.m. Then you have to ignore number 23, that 12 hours later, state police under the direction of Michael Proctor found more taillight fragments. The pieces of taillight are not found under the snow. They're found on top of the snow, which is now accumulated over a foot in the 12 hours since then. How the hell does a piece of taillight end up on top of the snow? What? And a shoe. Somehow the Canton Police Department missed a shoe and a hat. They missed it all. None of that was out there, remarkably, but the CERT team found it after a foot of snow had fallen. Very impressive. Number 22, that Michael Proctor never disclosed that he was a close family friend of the Albert McCabe families. You have to ignore that 88 Lally lied in court when he said that this image of Proctor with McCabe's daughters was not actually a picture of their daughters. Those are Jen McCabe's kids. The two kids in the back are Jen McCabe's kids. Adam Lally said, no, the girl in the foreground is not her kid. Okay, we know that's not her kid. The two girls in the back are. We know that because there's pictures of them all over Jen McCabe's page. Those are her kids. It's undeniable. But you just have to ignore the fact that the Commonwealth is saying that he's never met the McCabe's. Number 21, you have to ignore the fact that alarm.com footage from Karen Reed's parents' house at 4:12 shows Proctor lied when he said the car was towed at 5:30 p.m., which gave him 1 hour and 18 minutes of being unaccounted for with the car. You then have to ignore that taillight fragments were found on top of over a foot of snow at 34 Fairview Road at 5:45. You then have to ignore that Michael Proctor knew that CERT team would be there by 5:45, and by saying that the car was towed at 5:30 p.m., that would make it impossible for him to physically have planted evidence by 5:45, since Canton is more than 15 minutes away from Dighton. Number 20, you then have to ignore that Dighton police records show that Proctor called for a tow from Karen Reed's parents' house at 2:30 p.m., despite having not seen the broken taillight and despite claiming that he didn't get there until 4:30. You then have to ignore that Michael Proctor misspelled the names of 5 witnesses wrong, all of whom were in 34 Fairview Road that night, including the homeowner's daughter, a nurse, the daughter of the town administrator, and Brian Albert Jr.'s girlfriend, that all of them had their names spelled wrong in the report. Number 18, you have to ignore that despite being material witnesses who drove past and were just feet away from John O'Keefe's body, like when they left at 2:30, they would have driven going south on Fairview and his body would have been sitting 12 feet away from them. And you would have to ignore the fact that all 4 people in that car didn't see him, and that the 2 people in the back, Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, were never questioned by police until over a year afterwards. Number 17, you have to ignore that this loser, Police Chief Ken Berkowitz, found taillight fragments from a moving vehicle a week after the incident at 34 Fairview Road. You then have to ignore that he contacted a reporter on February 1st and asked that reporter to remove a tweet that contained factual information that O'Keefe's body was found on the front lawn of Brian Albert's house because Brian Albert was a, quote, pillar of the community. Number 16, despite a night of drinking, that Jen McCabe's Apple Health data shows her moving around the house until 4:53 a.m. until she got a call from Karen Reed. You think that's normal? Number 15, that Ryan Nagel told police that Karen Reed was alone in her car after he arrived at 34 Fairview Road just seconds before she got there and dropped John O'Keefe off. That his testimony said that she was sitting in her car with the interior light on so he could fully see it, and her hands were at 10 and 2, and that John O'Keefe was not in the car, was not on the ground around the car, and you just have to ignore that testimony in order to believe that Karen Reed did this. You have to ignore number 14, that both Jen and Matt McCabe claim that they saw Karen drive south on Fairview Road, which means that she never did a 3-point turn. 13, after a night of drinking, witness Brian Higgins, elected the ATF agent who was in the house, elected to clock into work at 1:30 a.m. at the Canton Police Department in order to have an alibi. Number 12, you have to ignore that 2 minutes of footage from the Canton Library, the exact 2 minutes when Karen Reed would have driven by the Canton Library and shown her taillight in a state of pristine condition because it hadn't hit anything at the time. You would just have to ignore the fact that 2 minutes, those 2 minutes are missing, and that the prosecution has no explanation for where they are. Number 11, Jen McCabe claims that she saw Karen Reed leaving at 12:45. which could easily be disproven with camera footage from not only the Canton Library, but from hundreds of homes that she would have passed on her way home, as well as the Canton MBTA station. You have to ignore that the police made no attempt to get any footage from any of those homes, but they did attempt to get footage from homes on Cedar Crest and Dedham Street, which is the way she would have gone had she done a 3-point turn. Number 10, you have to ignore that the ring camera footage from John O'Keefe's home that would have shown Karen Reed's taillight condition after arriving back home is also mysteriously missing, and that the only party requesting the ring camera footage is the defense. Number 9, John O'Keefe's brother described his body as looking like he went 5 rounds of Mike Tyson, while also ignoring the fact that Brian Albert is a known fighter who recently assaulted BPD officer Eddie Hernandez at a Christmas party.
Sergeant Albert cut his teeth as a Marine in Operation Desert Storm. He views his work back in Boston as equally important. And he knows it's just as dangerous.
So that guy could probably hurt someone. Number 8, you have to ignore that Colin Albert didn't like John O'Keefe and has a long and documented history of threatening to beat up and or kill people on social media, and that he had scars on his knuckles 4 weeks later on images that he posted on Visco.
Fuck you, pussy. Yeah. Being cold, boy, you be knocked out. Ayo, bang, bang.
Bang, bang. Number 7, you have to ignore that Brian Albert, a trained first responder, never came outside after Jen McCabe called his wife at 6:07 and 6:08, alerting them that a dead Boston cop was found on his front lawn. That he just didn't find that interesting enough to come outside. That he did not see all of the blue lights and hear all the commotion on his front lawn. Did not even think about going outside. That did not cross his mind. He just bunkered down in his house. You also have to ignore that McCabe deleted those phone calls and has no explanation for why she did that. Number 6, you have to ignore that despite the fact that a body was found on the property of 34 Fairview Road, the house was never searched, and the area where O'Keefe's body was discovered by that flagpole was never sectioned off or treated as a crime scene. As a matter of fact, randoms were just kind of walking through the neighborhood, gawking at it during the middle of the day. Again, this is around 9 a.m. There's no one's there. There's no tape, nothing. Body was literally found right there. Think of how easy it would have been to come out and do the Shawshank Redemption thing, right? Sprinkle through your pants. Little tail light here, little tail light there, maybe a shoe here, toss it around. Oh, where'd that come from? Number 5, John O'Keefe's phone moved up and down flights of stairs inside, according to a forensic expert who does this for a living, inside 34 Fairview Road from 12:21 to 12:24, despite testimony from the Alberts and McCabe's, they never stepped foot in that house. Again, the Commonwealth claims that they have an expert who will refute this, but they then filed a motion to cancel the evidentiary hearing where that expert could make her case to the court and explain why the other expert was wrong. They canceled the goddamn hearing. Number 4, you have to ignore that after being named as a suspect by Karen Reed's attorneys, Brian Albert not only sold his family home that had been in the family for multiple generations, but also got rid of their 6-year-old family German Shepherd and then had his basement floor replaced. Number 3, you have to ignore that John O'Keefe's phone was discovered underneath his body, not in his pocket, underneath his body, indicating that it had been planted there and that the phone stopped moving at 12:31 a.m. after ascending and descending stairs minutes earlier, and then began moving again after police found his body. Number 2, you have to ignore that he had a lateral gash. Like, look at that gash on the back of his head. Oh no, stop showing autopsy photos. Nope, probably going to show it many times more now. What about if his family sees that? Oh, good. I hope they see it. I hope they do see it. Because when they see this, they'll know that Karen Reed couldn't do this. This laceration to the back of the head, which looks to be in the shape of something linear, right? That looks like somebody took something blunt in the back of the head, causing a skull fracture and causing his eyes to pop out. But you have to ignore that and believe that somebody going 5 miles an hour in reverse did that, and then the body fell on snowy grass, and somehow snowy grass caused this. Snowy grass caused that. And he was hit with such force and such speed, but not a single person heard the thud, despite the fact that cuckface Matt McCabe, who sits in windows at parties and watches traffic, didn't see any of this. Okay. And you have to believe that that's not a defensive wound, and that is road rash. You just have to ignore the fact that the medical examiner was told before doing the exam that he got hit by a car. And finally, you have to ignore his right arm being covered in lacerations. And only then can you reach the conclusion that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. You have to ignore all of those facts. It's just that simple, folks.
What's up?
I was just gonna say, you can just leave this stuff here when you leave, right? Because tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
You don't-
As long as you don't mind.
No, I don't care. No,
Yeah.
I'm just telling you just so
All
you
right.
get.
Oops. All right. Hold on. What did I do with my camera? All right. We're fixed. What the fuck happened to my shirt? What was that shit? I got to clean this. Okay. Anyway, now I'm not muted. Okay, cool. All right. So, now we're good. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I have to go pick up. I have to leave here at like 2:30 to go pick up. Let's see what the traffic's like. Hold on one sec. What's the traffic like to Holden? 1 hour and 14 minutes. So if I leave here at 2:30, I'll be good. Okay. So I can really only stay till like 2:30. So tomorrow I talked to the babysitter. She's going to be doing bus coverage in the afternoon as well. So I'll be able to stream the whole thing. So it's going to be a challenge for me, you know, working dad over here to get the kids on and off the bus while still covering the trial of the century. You know, this is a big, big moment, you know. So Lally shot the bed. Anybody else? Let's see. So we are, yeah, there's 1,800 people in here still. That's cool. Can't believe it, kiddos. Nope. I call a hot mic. Yeah, there was a hot mic there for a second. That's okay. Yeah, and people asking, why is Gretchen Voss in there if she's a potential witness to testify? I don't know. I don't know. I am, so. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly my thought on it, Lauren, was just like, this is such an interesting case. And you have to have some passion. Like every time I see a prosecutor get up there and in any other case, and they explain why they think the defendant did it, man, they're passionate about it. This defendant, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is, and he didn't, they move around a little bit. Like David Unetti was moving around. This, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, they are going to tell you that this was some sort of frame job, some elaborate conspiracy, that 50 or 100, and I've lost track of how many people are involved in this ridiculous conspiracy, but don't let it fool you for one moment, because there's only one person who killed John O'Keefe, and she's sitting right over there. Do not allow her to deflect. This is an innocent man whose life was ahead of him, father, wonderful person, until the defendant decided he didn't get to live anymore because he was upset and she was jealous. She couldn't stand the fact that he wanted to end the relationship with her. And she said, if he can't be with me, then he can't be with anyone. And don't let them get up here with their fantastical stories about Google searches. And they will try to confuse you and say that abrasions are actually lacerations. And they will tell you to ignore the testimony of a medical examiner and distinguished members of the state police department. They want you to ignore all of that to hinge onto their wild conspiracy theories, fueled on by an attention-starved blogger who's under multiple indictments for felony witness intimidation. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not forget who this is about. Do not forget. They should hire me. They should hire me. Like, I could do so much of a better job. And I don't believe anything I just said. I just made that all up. Everything I just said was 100% grade A bullshit. But it's like a wild story. We've been on this roller coaster for like over a year now, right? And Adam Lally's just got no passion. Drama, like there's supposed to be an element of theater to being an attorney. There is. Did you know that like 80% of members of Congress are attorneys? That's like their main job before they became members of Congress. They're all attorneys, right? Why are so many people in Congress attorneys? Because they're actors, right? There's an element of theater involved in being a member of Congress and speaking to people, right? And these people can't do Adam. Like, how the fuck did Adam Lally ever become a prosecutor? I can understand a lot of people go into law and they're just not good public speakers. There's plenty of law to be done that doesn't involve criminal trials. Like, most lawyers will never be involved in a criminal trial. A lot of lawyers never step foot in a courtroom, right? They write pleadings, right? They do taxes. They do your goddamn taxes, right? They do your divorce. There's a lot of law out there. And yeah. So, like, you got to be believable, man. You got to sell it. He put them to sleep. He put, like, the score is like 1,000,000-0. The teams were unfair going into this. If this was like a football game, like an NFL football game, this would be like a 40-point spread. Like, man, that would be 40. That's a lot. That's like a college football spread. Like a 25-point spread, like something unheard of. And now it's just like, that's how it starts off the game. Like, that's like starting off with an onside kick that the favorite returns for a touchdown. That's what we just saw happen right there. That's disgusting. Like, they added so much. So dude, I'm excited about how this way. They put the whole chat to sleep. Imagine being on that jury. And that's just like a sign of like, bro, if you're on that jury, you got 4 weeks of that to go. 4 weeks of that. Paul O'Keefe has not said a single thing of interest so far. Nothing. Nothing Paul O'Keefe has said is the least bit interesting or relevant or damaging to Karen Reed. Actually, some of it's helpful. It just shows that, like, yeah, those kids loved her and she doesn't seem like the type to, murder someone. So, man, let me tell you, the scene outside of court today too. Let me upload this video actually to Twitter. All right, I'm uploading a video to Twitter, but I'll show you guys too. Of Karen Reed arriving in court. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
Have to stay behind.
Here they are.
The 200 stuff right here.
Hey, Vinny.
There he is.
Turtle Boy, what's going on, man? How are you?
Nice
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
See you in person.
Looking sharp. Here they are. Looking sharp, John. Looking great, man. Looking great. How's everybody feeling today? Justice is coming. Mr. Jackson, how are you?
You bet it is.
Here it comes.
You bet it is.
Do you anticipate witnesses testifying today, or is it just going to be opening statements? We're getting witnesses. We're getting started. Okay. There you have it. So prosecution witnesses will be going today. There she is.
We got you, Karen.
Karen, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling confident? We love you, Karen. Mr. Yannetti, how are you feeling today? Will you be giving the opening statements? Will you be giving the opening statements? Excellent. We look forward to hearing it.
How are you guys feeling first day? Great.
Go get him. Go get him, Karen.
There's Vinny. Vinny's just out there with his cell phone. I had a long talk with Vinny when I was going to follow. He didn't want to take pictures because of the page. He was worried about the page.
Sorry, everybody, but here we are. Yep. Can we get down further?
I know, we finally met. How are you guys? There's the throng of media, the entrance of Karen Read for the first day of the Karen Read murder trial. Let's see what happens. What's happening? Here they come. There she is, the factually innocent Karen Read.
There she is.
Looking dapper as usual. Is dapper a word for women? I don't even know. There they go. The first day in the fight for justice begins now. The first day.
Go Team Karen.
Justice begins now. Here we go.
Woo!
It's time. It's time. Yep. It's time. So there you have it, folks. There you have it.
You guys blocking the way, walking up. That just blows. You guys.
Yeah, just blows. There we go. Oh, there's the family, Mr. Reed, Nathan Reed, Mr. Silvera. That's it. So I think that's all that's getting in from their side. It's all it's going to fit, quite frankly. I've been in that courtroom before. Close quarters. Close quarters. Yes, it is.
A woman. It is a woman. Thank you, Rita.
How you feel
Oh,
today,
you're back.
Rita?
Just in
You
time.
guys seem like you have your usual energy.
All right, so we're back in court. He's back. By the way, if anyone wants to donate to the Turtle Chat, I can read them out loud periodically.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that Ben and Miss Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father,
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation. What, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction
Is that pin?
with any of them while they're at the house.
Good question.
Now,
You're
obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got, excuse me, a ring. He had a ring doorbell, and then a ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. Sir, I'm going to ship me that approach again, Your Honor. Yes. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, it's not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Allie, we know. You're going to say she deleted it.
Correct.
Prove it.
And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
If you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there.
They're saying because
who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras, how would they be accessed?
Stage.
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
as far as your brother was,
First
how,
objection.
what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe it?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the Ring that you observed.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is.
What is this?
So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Oh my
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, you want to maybe approach?
Yes.
Oh boy, may I approach? I mean, dude, where is this going? Like, he's just taking forever. And I already know where this is going. They're going to say Karen Reed deleted the Ring camera footage, but why would she delete? Like, what? So again, the Ring camera footage from One Meadows Ave, I guess, doesn't show her arriving back there. Because it would, if it showed her arriving back there, it would show her getting there at 12:40. And that would mean that she passed by the Canton Library from 12:37 to 12:39, which is the exact time the footage disappeared. That's why the Ring camera footage has also disappeared, because it would show Karen Reed's arrival time. Now, they didn't delete the part that shows her backing out and hitting the car, which I don't know why they didn't delete that part. Because the same reason Brian Tully accidentally handed over the fake victims. Sometimes they.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are 2 discs, one labeled Meadow Ave Ring videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
What are we gonna see here? Movie time.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera.
Oh boy, what do we have here?
If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the two people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before you, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you, so starting with Miss Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
Yeah, that's the Lexus.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
The Traverse.
And the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle, where is it?
You didn't recognize it?
And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
You see the taillight? Can we see the taillight?
I mean, that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
So there's more people
And as far as the
that didn't
people
see the
within
taillight
this video,
broken?
do you recognize any of the people within?
There's people right
That'd be
there.
myself. I
Wouldn't they
believe
notice
that
the broken taillight?
behind me
Right
is
there. The
could be
taillight's
Carrie Roberts
broken,
because
right?
I believe
Why
that's
aren't they
Carrie
seeing
Roberts'
that?
car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Who's that?
Oh, that's my mother.
She didn't notice the broken taillight? None of these people noticed the broken taillight on Karen's car? The smashed taillight, allegedly? Oh my God. You took a picture of the car? That's the left taillight. That's the left. But why aren't they, nobody noticed, all these people out there, nobody notices the cracked tail, the smash, not cracked, shattered.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have go mark 165. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through.
Are they wearing masks? I have no idea what this is. All they've got. Like everybody goes right by the taillight. Gosh, huh? Yeah, nobody saw the broken taillight, bro. Like, that's wild. None of these people in the driveway are walking by the murder mobile.
If I could
None
ask
of them
for
noticed.
the next
And
label.
she drove the
video
murder
from
mobile back to John's
166.
house. to hang out with his family after she knows she murdered him? What? Are you fucking kidding me? This is wild. Think how fucking they call us crazy. Wild.
Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
I know. He doesn't do that from time to time. What is going on? This is the best that they have. Guys, we were told to wait for the bombshells at trial. They're sure coming today, let me tell you. We can see what tomorrow brings. Boy, what have they got on tap for tomorrow?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169.
There goes Lucky in the back. No, right?
Just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please.
All right. The damage is minimal, right? Exactly my point. Don't worry. 𝗀𝗄𝗄 has an explanation. She's got a perfectly good explanation why nobody saw that taillight. Nobody noticed it. Like, no one went inside and was like, yo, bitch, why your taillight all smashed up? What's up? That's a little shady. Like, and remember, Karen just at the scene of the crime like 5 hours ago, allegedly just was like confessed to it all. Not arrested for some reason because I guess they didn't believe her. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit 6, if I could have number 176.
I mean, yeah, these are damning videos. Look at this. I wasn't expecting much from the prosecution, but there's Karen.
Now, from this video, you referenced earlier in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
I don't know, Courtney. I don't know what the point of these goddamn videos is. They're not even trying to convince the jury this woman did it. When Nathan drives the LX home, is that what? Can we fast? Can you do like time and a half? Do we need to see him clear off the windshield? Okay.
Thanks. Now, Ms.
know,
Gilman,
you're
if I
not
could
good.
have from the same Exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for a majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this.
I mean, really? Is he going to be the only witness today? If each witness takes this freaking long, I mean, so far Paul O'Keefe has told us like nothing. Like we've learned nothing from Paul O'Keefe's been on the witness stand for almost 2 hours now. We have learned virtually nothing from this. Other than Karen seemed like a decent person who he liked and the kids seemed to like. That's about it. And then it snowed. And they shoveled, then they got out of it. She took her shit and went home. I don't know, Jen. I don't know. I wish we knew. No one knows. What was it?
Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185?
Oh God, not another video.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's
I guess so.
the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
Oh my.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Oh.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether the PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video. Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239.
Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm gonna make this bigger. Sorry, I should have made
Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially the what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and
I mean,
snow removal
seriously,
that
what did
day.
you miss?
Yes.
Anything?
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
All right, guys. So this is boring as shit. Not gonna lie. Look at, I gotta go. I gotta go pick my kids up from the bus. So yeah, I would recommend the glare, but
Mr. Koros, we can have the lights back up.
you know, this is streaming in a number of places.
May I approach the
Streaming in a
witness,
number
Your
of places. But you know, maybe something will fucking happen in the next 2.5 hours when I'm gone. I'm gonna be watching
Recognize
this
that?
Yes.
over on.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 1 up.
So I'm gonna be watching this over on something else, but I'm gonna end this stream now, guys. I love you guys all. Go check out the Glare or Law and Crime or whatever the fuck you want to watch it on.
And Ms. Gilman, if
Tomorrow.
you could just, enlarge that a little.
I'll be streaming all day. Okay, but yeah, Melanie Little, whoever. Okay.
Now, what's up
I
on
shoot
the
a shot of the
screen,
golf.
Mr.
Okay,
O'Keefe?
everyone's
Is that
streaming
what
this.
you have
Everyone's
before you
streaming
list
this.
for
So
number 1?
we'll
Yes.
we'll see you guys.
What are we
DUI
looking
guy,
at?
who isn't streaming this?
That's my
There's
brother.
John. Oh, mystery
And
solved.
as
Karen
far as
did it.
your
There's John in
earlier
his freaking
testimony in
convertible.
regard to,
I guess
the
Karen did it.
vehicle that he kept
All right,
sort of on
guys.
the left
Peace
side
to
of
you,
the
bum
garage,
grease.
what, if anything, do you recognize?